favorite devotees in the whole universe, maybe in all creation, all universes put together, His Holiness Sacinand Swami. Hare Krishna. His Holiness Sacinand Swami is an international treasure in ISKCON, who's one of the engines of the Krishna conscious movement, who keeps the vibration of the Hare Krishna Maha Mantra going by inspiring devotees, by his personal example and by his writings. The first time I met Maharaj personally was at Radhakund, when it was Kartik and I was on Govardhan Parikrama, and he emerged from a little cave at Radhakund just at the same time I was coming around. And he looked at me and said, "Chant." Today also is our beloved Amit's Harinam initiation. Amit Prabhu and Risheshwari Leela and the kids have been foundational here at ISV and have brought the consciousness and the standard of ISV to the level that it is now, and they continue to push to make it higher. It is very heartfelt that we're all gathered here today to witness your first initiation under this most exalted of Vaishnavas who wanders the earth, making us all come closer to Krishna. Hare Krishna. So now I'll turn it over to Maharaj to conduct the initiation ceremony. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Just a personal word. I'm also so much charmed or encouraged really by the example of our Vaisheshika Prabhu, who's known all over our movement for his very important contribution to Srila Prabhupada's heart desire, that is to distribute the transcendental books of his divine grace. At a time when this heart's desire was a little bit not so much given attention maybe in the movement for various reasons, Vaisheshika Prabhu just filled the gap and in a way yes, contributed to the growth of our movement, because we can do so many things in ISKCON, but we always need to be mindful of Srila Prabhupada's desire to spread Krishna consciousness through his translations of the Bhagavad Gita, the Srimad Bhagavatam, and the multifarious other books. So I feel genuinely happy, I feel honored, humbled. And regarding Amit, I almost said the name. We have to bite our tongue. Oh, tongue, listen to me. Don't tell the name before it's the time. So our Amit has also won my stone-like, not stone-like, my hesitant heart, and his family. I mean, Rasheshwari Leela and Nimai and Nitai. It is such a wonderful family. So it is with great happiness that finally, after a difficult journey, let us say, I'm fully convinced that this is the right moment now to bestow the sacred initiation to Amit, and therefore the official recognition and connection with our sampradaya. And I did not know, but Krishna seems to be behind it, that this particular date of Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakura has happened to be the date, and it's really a Krishna miracle. I think whenever we see the unseen hands of Krishna's arrangement in life, then we have no doubt that everything is correct, everything is good. Yes, so I will hand over now the official part of the ceremony to our Srivas Pandit Prabhu. We had a little orientation telephone call, and we are all on one page. I would like all of you who are participating and witnessing this ceremony to do so actively. That is, you might remember your own first initiation and the type of determination and enthusiasm you felt at that time. It might be something that renews your enthusiasm if it is necessary to be renewed. And also, if you are witnessing such a ceremony for the first time, or you, in other words, if you are not initiated, you can meditate upon the meaning of the ceremony and derive great inspiration from it for your life. Whoever you are, there's one thing you need to give today, and that is your blessings. Whoever, young, old, enthusiastic, or let us say well-established, or devotee, whoever you are, blessings are required. So without further words at this stage, I will speak a little later, we will request Srivas Pandit to guide us through the different steps of this ceremony. Would you require a microphone? Oh, you have there. Good. Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Shri Radha Madan Mohan ki jai. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu ki jai. Lord Nrsingadeva ki jai. Hari Bol.
Hare Krishna. So the first step is that we will do the purification rites. So Amit Prabhu, if you can just repeat after me. This is way to kind of purify internally and externally by remembering Lord Vishnu. So please repeat after me. Om Apavitra Pavitro Va Sarvavasthan Gatopi Va Yasmared Pundarikaksham Sabahya Abhyantara Shuchihi Shri Vishnu Shri Vishnu Shri Vishnu. So you take a sip of water in the Brahma Randra here and say Om Keshavaya Namaha. Then Om Narayana Namaha. And then the third sip. Om Govindaya Namaha.
Perhaps a very intriguing detail, please excuse my interruption, is when you say these mantras, the idea is you speak them into the water in the palm, and then the vibration of the holy name becomes captured within the water, so that when you drink it, the whole body becomes energized and brought to another level. Isn't that a beautiful detail? Huh?
Beautiful.
So you purposefully speak it right into the palm and here, and then Govinda.
Okay. We do it 2 more times, the same thing, and then we can. Om apavitra pavitro va sarvavasthan gatopi va yah smaret pundarikaksham sabahya abhyantara shuchihi Sri Vishnu Sri Vishnu Sri Vishnu Om Keshavaya Namaha Om Narayanaya Namaha Om Madhavaya Namaha. Okay. Last time. Om Apavitra Pavitro va Sarvavasthan Gatopi va Yah Smaret Pundarikaksham Sabahya Abhyantara Shuchihi Sri Vishnu Sri Vishnu Sri Vishnu Om Keshavaya Namaha Om Narayanaya Namaha Om Madhavaya Namaha. So now the purificatory process is done. We will do the Brahma-samhita prayers, but because of the lack of time, we will not complete all the verses, but we will do few verses. Then Maharaj will call upon Amit Prabhu and give the name, and also he will give the talk and the significance. And then we will have a fire sacrifice for about 20 minutes, and hopefully we should be done by 5. That is the goal. Yeah. So,
Samhita.
So Brahma-samhita, we can, if that is something, we can just do one verse, and then we can then start with as well. All right. Then we'll do the very first verse, all of us together. Ishvara Parama Krishna Satchidananda Vigraha Anadiradir Govinda Sarva Karana Karanam
Namo Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prestaya Bhutale Shrimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Niti Namine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pacharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paskatyade Satarine Jaya Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shivasadi Gaura Bhaktavinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. On behalf of Srila Prabhupada and the extensive and long lineage of great acharyas, our sacred sampradaya, I'm happy to perform this initiation ceremony in the holy name. I would like to give a few ideas or philosophical points that will help both Amit and hopefully also it will be inspiring for the rest of you. Now, knowing the not so long-lasting memory of everyone, it would be good if someone records it Is it done? It's on the system. Good, so that Amit can hear it later when he's not as nervous as now. Yes, human reality is also there. There is a beautiful verse in the Hari Bhakti Vilas which explains the meaning of initiation in general. This verse is quoted in reference to the second initiation, the mantra, Gayatri mantra initiation, but it refers also, or relates also to the Harinam Diksha. I will read it to you in the English language. It is talking about the power of initiation. As bell metal, when mixed with a certain alchemical process, can be transformed into gold, a person, even though not golden pure, can be transformed into a dvija, a twice-born brahmana, simply by the process of initiation. We were yesterday looking at this verse in a class at Mukharavinda Prabhu's place, but we will look again today at this verse. It makes a very, very interesting point. That is, by the power of a process, the process of initiation, something can turn from one state of being into another. Here the example is given of bell metal. This is an alloyed or mixed metal which can turn into a pure metal, which is totally different, gold. So yes, we are, I think, in one mind that to do this, a certain process is required. Yesterday I mentioned that this process is maybe not what at first glance initiation seems to be to us. At first glance, when we look at the initiation, at an initiation, we see a yajna, a fire, we see a priest who conducts a ceremony, and then the initiate who will give some vows and receive his beads and a name. That is how, on first glance, initiation is. But I think you all will agree to me, if this would be the only factor in initiation, then we would be justified to develop a doubt. Is that all which is necessary? We would have to ask to turn a conditioned soul into a good Vaishnava. It's just, you need to sit down, there needs to be a fire, some mantras, a promise, which we are not sure if it is, if the person can keep it every day or throughout the rest of his life, and then he is on the path of liberation. You are right when you voice this doubt. There is much more which we can only see on second glance. No? First glance, this is what we see: a fire, a priest, an initiate, and some mantras, some promises, and so on. On second glance, we see that behind this is a very elaborate process that, and please pay special attention now, requires a willing cooperation between the one who gives the initiation and the one who is initiated. In other words, initiation is the start of a journey of cooperation between the guru and the disciple. Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakura has written a wonderful article, which I always like to call to memory on this day, where he details what we cannot see at first glance. In this article, he explains the active principle in the initiation, which requires, as mentioned earlier, two, the guru and the disciple. He says that there are 5 ingredients which are there in a Vaishnava initiation. It is Urdhva Pundra. This is the tilak sign. Tilak sign is telling that this is a path now that leads upwards. Just like when you draw the tilak, you start from the root of the nose and then you go upward. So the person who gets initiated commits to this path which goes upward and which has Hari in the center. You know, between the 2 lines here, they represent the walls of a mandir, a temple. There's Radha and Krishna, and there's also the Tulsi leaf here. So it's in short, it's a process, an ancient method, an ancient path which the person is initiated in. And this path will require of the candidate 4 active involvements or engagements. The first is tapa. He will have to refrain from material life. This is done by observing the 4 rules and regulations which are promised at the time of initiation. Then he nama, he will commit to chanting the holy name, and he will also get a holy name. The surprise is coming very soon. Later he will get a mantra, the Gayatri mantras, 7 mantras in all. Sannyasis get an 8th mantra. And finally yagya, which can refer to what will go on with what Shiva's Pandit will do in a few minutes, but it can also mean worshipping the deities. So these, you can see, the candidate is initiated in a certain process which has inherent power or potency to awaken Krishna consciousness in the heart of the practitioner, and this process he commits to has therefore the required strength of which the Hari Bhakti Vilas speaks here. It can turn iron into gold, or a normal person into an extraordinary Vaishnava. Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur made a very nice extra point here, which I feel is necessary to be mentioned here. He spoke of the willing cooperation between guru and disciple, which is a lifelong activity. The disciple gives his very best, and the guru is there guiding the disciple continuously. In our modern day situation, where we don't have small ashrams in the midst of the forest and one guru and his disciples are all around him, these instructions are given through his Vani, you know, his lectures, his books, and dare I say it in modern language, his podcasts and all these outputs which the Guru does. It's very important as a disciple for all of us disciples to be in tune with these instructions which are either spoken or written down in books. If we stop being in contact with this, it gets dangerous. You will see why it gets dangerous if you consider the analogy which Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur uses to illustrate this willing cooperation. He says the disciple goes on this is one track, and the Guru's instructions are another track. So the efforts of the disciple are one track, the Guru's instructions are another track. I hope I have the English correct. You know, you have railway, huh? There are two tracks. Do I say it correctly? Yes, two tracks. Imagine a railway where one track has been removed. I mean, in America, this was done by, I think, Jesse James or these famous robbers, you know. Maybe not. I don't remember if there is one track not there, how will the train go? Not possible. So the Guru and the disciple need to understand that this is a willing cooperation where the disciple gives his best effort and the Guru is there to guide with Vani, with instructions. And then the progress of the disciple can go very swiftly and very easily. We as disciples of Srila Prabhupada, we know this. We are active in His Divine Grace's service because we feel we have the energy of His instructions. We read His books, we listen to what He said and to specific scenarios in life, and we derive great happiness from this. And I remember once when after I had been very ill, I had been released from the surgery after a very difficult surgical intervention which had gone wrong. I needed to go a second time to correct the mistakes that were done in the first time, and it was questionable if I would survive this. So I needed to take some time off to just rest in the mountains of the Balkans. I had a team of devotees there, and I would walk every day because the surgery had been done on one of the legs to get back in shape. And I would listen to Prabhupada's lectures. And I remember that one time was really forcing myself to walk with sticks because so I listened to, I remember I was walking through the fog, and then I hear His Divine Grace's message to me: what do you do for eternity? I said, at the moment I'm just doing something for the body, I guess. Let me replay it again. So Prabhupada spoke, and then he came to this one sentence: what do you do for eternity? Wow, that's deep. I thought, let me replay it. And I heard it maybe 5 times. And after this, I walked with strength because I had really heard from my spiritual master, yet from another perspective, that I'm not the body, I'm an eternal soul, and I have the chance in this short human form of life to do something for my eternal life, chant and various things. Yes, the words of the spiritual master bear mysterious strength that helps us to awaken from the material slumber and move forward with strength. Therefore, the willing cooperation is required. I will end here and request our Amit to come forward to give his sacred initiation vows and to receive his beads and the name. So let me... I don't want anything between me and Amit, not even a wooden table. So, good. Amit, what are the 4 rules and regulations that you will keep?
Dear Guru Maharaj, in front of the Lordship, in front of His Grace Vaisheshika Prabhu, Mother Nirukula, and all the senior disciples of Prabhupada, my family, my wife, my kids, my parents, and all the assembled Vaishnavas, I promise to for the 4 regulatory principles, that is no meat eating, no illicit sex, no gambling, and no intoxication.
Wonderful.
Additionally, I also promise to minimum 16 rounds every day, and then also do daily reading of Bhagavatam every day for the rest of my life.
Oh, I was to read the Bhagavatam?
Yes, I'll do the reading of Bhagavatam every day for the rest of my life.
Wonderful. Wonderful. This is very... Hare Krishna. So here are these beads which have been infused with the kripa of your local deities, Radha Madan Mohan. Your good name is Amrit Hari.
Amrit Hari Prabhu Ki.
Yes, you can also say Amrita Hari or Amrit. I guess we say things short. It means Lord Hari, who gives immortal pleasure, Amrita, to his devotees. and of course, you are the servant of that Lord Hari, who just let us think about this, who gives eternal pleasures, or Amrita, to his devotees. So Amrita Hari. Amrita Hari. Amrita. No, we say we are mindful of Sanskrit, so Amrita Hari. Like this, Amrita Hari. Yes, not Amrit is a lazy version. Amrita Hari. Huh? Short A. Amrita Hari. Yes.
Amrita Hari Das Prabhu Ki.
Thank you. Hare Krishna. Haribo. Do you like the name Vaisheshika Prabhu? It is very nice, no? Amrita Hari. Ooh. It flows in the mouth also and in the heart. Amrita Hari. Please take your good seat now.
When we come to Mangalacharna prayers, then I can tell, and then we can do the Swaha. So.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ramo, Hare Ramo, Ramo Ramo, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Thank you. So the next part is Mangalacharna prayers, where we recite the Guru Parampara, and then when I say Swaha, you can take the grains and then offer it in the fire, and then we can complete like that. So that can be, okay, that is also on the screen for those who want to follow along. You're good. Om Ajnana तिमिरन्दस्य ज्ञानाञ्जना शलाखया चक्षुरुन् मिलितं येन तस्मै श्री गुरुवे नमः। स्वाहा स्वाहा स्वाहा। श्री चैतन्य मनोभीष्टं स्थापितं येन भूतले स्वयं रूपा कदा मह्यं ददाति स्वापदान्तिकं स्वाहा स्वाहा स्वाहा। वन्देऽहं श्रीगुरो श्रीयुता पदकमलं श्रीगुरोन् वैष्णवांश्च श्रीरूपं साग्रजातं सहगणा रघुनाथान्वितं त्वं सजीवं साद्वैतं सावधूतं परिजनासहितं कृष्णचैतन्यदेवं श्रीराधा कृष्णपादां सहगणा ललिता श्रीविशाखान्वितंश्च स्वाहा स्वाहा स्वाहा। नमः ॐ विष्णुपदाय कृष्णप्रेष्ठाय भूतले श्रीमते सचिनंदन स्वामी नितिनामिने नित्यानंद प्रिय प्रेष्य दीनभद्रे कृपार्कवत् हरिसंकीर्तनौ गैर्मे ईहसे शरणं मम ईहसे शरणं भव स्वाहा स्वाहा स्वाहा। नमः ॐ विष्णुपदाय कृष्णप्रेष्ठाय भूतले श्रीमते भक्तिवेदांत स्वामी नितिनामिने नमस्ते सरस्वती देवे गौरवाणी प्रचारिणे निर्विशेषा शून्यवादी पाश्चात्य देशतारिणे स्वाहा स्वाहा स्वाहा। नमः ॐ विष्णुपदाय कृष्णप्रेष्ठाय भूतले श्रीमते भक्तिसिद्धान्त सरस्वती नितिनामिने श्रीवर्षमानाविदेवी दयिताय कृपाप्तये कृष्ण संबंध विज्ञान दायिने प्रभवे नमः। माधुर्योज्ज्वल प्रेमाद्य श्रीरूपानुग भक्तिदा श्री गौरा करुण शक्ति विग्रहाय नमोस्तुते। नमस्ते गौरवाणी श्रीमूर्तये दीनतारिणे रूपानुगा विरुद्धाप अपसिद्धांता द्वांता हारिणे स्वाहा गौरकिशोराय साक्षाद्वैराग्यमूर्तये विप्रलम्बारसाम्बोधे पादाम्बुजायते नमः स्वाहा 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 नमो भक्तिविनोदाय सच्चिदानन्दनामिने गौरशक्तिस्वरूपाय रूपानुगावरायते स्वाहा 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 गौराविर्भाव भूमेस्त्वं निर्देश सज्जनप्रिया वैष्णवसार्वभौमा श्रीजगन्नाथाय ते नमः स्वाहा 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 वाञ्छाकल्प तरुभयश्च कृपासिन्धुभ्य एव च पतितानां पावनेभ्यो वैष्णवेभ्यो नमो नमः स्वाहा 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 हे कृष्णा करुणा सिंधु दीनबंधो जगत्पते गोपेशा गोपिका कांता श्री राधा कांता नमोस्तुते स्वाहा 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 जयतं सुरतौ पंगो मम मंदा मतेर्गतिः मत्सर्वस्व पदाम्भोजौ श्री श्री राधा मदन मोहनौ स्वाहा 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 दिव्यात् वृंदारण्य कल्पद्रुमदः श्रीमद् रत्नागर सिंहासनस्थौ श्रीमद् राधा श्रीलगोविन्ददेवौ प्रेष्टालिभिः सेव्यमानौ स्मरामि स्वाहा 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 श्रीमान रासरसारंभी वंशीवटा तटस्थितः कर्षन्वेणुर् स्वनेर्गोपीर् गोपीनाथा श्रियेस्तु नः स्वाहा 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 तप्तकांचना गौरांगी राधे वृंदावनेश्वरी वृषभानु सुते देवी प्रणमामि हरिप्रिये स्वाहा 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 श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैता गदाधारा श्रीवासादि गौरभक्तवृंद स्वाहा स्वाहा Swaha. Om Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Swaha, Swaha, Swaha. Om Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Swaha, Swaha, Swaha. For the last time, Om Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Swaha, Swaha, Swaha. Thank you, Maharaj. So this is next is called the Prayaschitta Homa, where we ask the Lord to forgive for any offenses that we might have committed as the part of our yajna. So we just don't need to repeat, but Om Mantrahinam Kriyahinam Bhaktihinam Janardhana Yat Pujitam Maya Deva Paripurnam Tadastu me Aparadha Sahasrani Kriyante Harnisham Maya Dasoham Itimam Matva Kshamasva Madhusudhana Pratigna Tava Govinda Name Bhakta Pranashyati Iti Samsmritya Pranayami Dharyahamyaham Swaha Swaha Swaha. So this concludes the Prayaschitta Homa, and Maharaj will stand up. Amit will offer the banana to the fire, and then he will follow you 7 rounds around this. Okay, kindly repeat after me. Om Namo Brahmanya Devaya
Brahmanya Devaya
Go Brahmana
Brahmana
Hitaya Cha
Ayacha
Jagatitaya
Patitaya
Krishnaya Govindaya
Govindaya
Namo Namaha
O Namaha
Swaha Swaha Swaha. Amrit Hari Prabhu, now you can put the banana here, and Gaura Krishna Prabhu, you can start the Kirtan.
I would just like to make one small thing. When Srila Prabhupada gave initiation, and the parents of the new initiate was present, he requested the new initiate to go to the parents and give his obeisances. I think this is very meaningful because our parents are our first entry into the world. They gave us this body, which is the, the foundation of all of our opportunities, really, in our sadhana. And this gift is never to be looked over. So, Amit, please go to your parents and offer your heartfelt obeisances with feelings of gratitude.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare. Hare Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Hare Hare. Hare Prabhupada ki. Nitai Gaur Premanande.
Welcome to ISKCON of Silicon Valley for a special festival program today for the disappearance of Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakura, which here at ISV has become one of the important, well, it's always important, but it's become a landmark date. It has been in the history of this community since 2007. Today we have a special opportunity that we have the association of His Holiness Sacinand Swami. Hare Krishna. For those of you who are just joining the program or just dropped in from another planet, Sacinand Maharaj is one of the early devotees of the Sankirtan movement, and one of the prominent devotees has been for decades, and his leadership of developing communities of devotees in various places around the world, and also in advocating for Sankirtan, the chanting of the holy names, in his writings, in his teachings. What to speak of being a friend to all living entities. And those who have never met somebody who is a friend of all living entities, please try to meet Sacinand Swami, then you'll have met somebody who's a friend to all living entities. So tonight we'll be speaking about Bhaktivinoda Thakura. Maharaj asked me to sit up here for my own purification, so I'm taking advantage of his proximity and trying to breathe the same air. Hare Krishna. Gaur Premanande Haribo.
Hare Krishna, yes.
Turn it,
Hare Krishna. Before I start, I want to say something which I really mean. I had not the opportunity to make mention of it. I really appreciate the leadership which our Vaisheshika Prabhu has offered over the years to this amazing community which is held together really by his training on one side and the tremendous spiritual blessings which come from engaging in the processes of devotional service that he's teaching you in. And yes, I have been given an initiation today to one of the congregational members of this temple, but I'm very well aware that it was Vaisheshika Prabhu who set the seed, who nourished the seed of bhakti in Amrita Hari, and who also will continue to act as the Shiksha Guru of this wonderful family, which is so exemplary. Yes, it is very important in spiritual life to have a real assessment of what is going on. Because if one doesn't know where one stands now, how will one be able to go to a higher destination? Today is the Disappearance Day of Bhaktivinoda Thakura. For us, appearance and disappearance of a great saint is similarly important, but it has different flavors, of course. On the Disappearance Day, we really remember what is the legacy that the great saint has left behind. What is it that he was so much concerned of? And when thinking about Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur, at least three things come to our mind. The first is his great glorification of the holy name. In fact, he left a movement, the Namhata organization in Bengal, which was based on this. The second is his translation and his writing of books. He has published well over 100 books. And the third is his revitalization of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's movement, which is very interested. He wanted that this revitalization would eventually lead into communities. He gave his son, Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur, the instruction to make Devi Varnashram communities all over. So three things come to mind. His emphasis on chanting the holy name, his writing of books and making the books which were there, like Chaitanya Charitamrita, accessible to people, and then his great emphasis on building communities of Vaishnavas. First, it started in his network of Namhata centers, but he had much more in mind, something he gave to his son, and something which then Srila Prabhupada took full charge of, making communities all over the world where the noble teachings of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu were followed. I have a sense that Vaisheshika Prabhu will speak about Bhaktivinoda Thakur's contribution to the world of Vaishnava literature and his particular efforts to make Chaitanya Charitamrita well known. So I will speak about Bhaktivinoda Thakur's great emphasis on chanting the holy name. I think that will be the main thrust of my presentation here. Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Shrimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Niti Namine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pacharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paskatyare Satarine Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shivasadi Go Bhaktavindam Hare my dear everyone, let us start this glorification by reciting the pranam mantra to Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur. Please repeat after me. Namo Bhaktivinodaya Sachidananda Namine Gaura Shakti Svarupaya Rupanuga Varayate. I offer pranam to you, Srila Sachidananda Bhaktivinoda Thakur, the foremost of the followers of Rupa Goswami and the personal manifestation of Sri Gauranga's own Shakti. So, Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur is known in our Vaishnava circle as the one who revived Gaura Bhakti, because due to the influence of time, it had been forgotten or covered over with malpractices which did not carry the pure intent and the pure teachings of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. One of his great emphasis was the chanting of the holy name. To popularize Mahaprabhu's great gift to the world, the Nam, he wrote a few very important books, starting with Harinam Chintamani. And in this book he says, of all the treasures in Krishna's own treasure house. Imagine God has a treasure house and he has treasures in them. Of all the treasures in God's and Krishna's own treasure house, one reigns supreme. It is the touchstone, the Chintamani of the holy name. So in this book, Harinam Chintamani, he discusses an amazing discussion between Namacharya Haridas Thakur and Gauranga Mahaprabhu. And I heard actually that he had collected all known and unknown manuscripts about Haridas Thakur's teachings, that is the words which was flowing from the mouth of Haridas Thakur. He had collected this and then used that in his writing of when Haridas Thakur speaks, when he lets him speak in this Harinam Chintamani and give answers to the inquiries of Gauranga Mahaprabhu. It's really a treasure of a book. Then he was not satisfied with this. He wrote a sequel to the Harinam Chintamani, the Bhajan Rahasya, a book where he describes the confidential secrets of proper bhajan, especially the chanting of the Hare Krishna Mahamantra. And in this book, he pulls together from four sources actually. He takes the writings of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, the Shikshastakam, then he illustrates these verses with Bhagavatam verses and verses from various other sources. Then he gives his own realization in small purports or small verses which purport the original Sanskrit verses. And then, my dear devotees, imagine this. He combines actually Shravanam and Kirtanam of the holy name with Smaranam, or meditation about the holy name. So it's a true guidebook, it's a masterpiece, and it is fundamental for those who want to go even deeper in the chanting of the holy name than the first book, Harinam Chintamani, details. He has also written, and this is maybe not so much known, a composition called Nam Tattva, and he had that printed and distributed all over Bengal. Nam Tattva. It's an interesting piece of literature which all chanters of the holy name like. I found a very deep insight in this book. You know, when it says, due to your mercy you have manifested the holy name, then he details what this mercy is. He says, in the holy name, Krishna has invested all his potencies, and one of the potencies, listen to this, is his revelatory Shakti, that is the Shakti which reveals spiritual insights and gives in this way Krishna conscious enlightenment. That is in chanting, is this Shakti there, which begins to become activated if you chant in the proper way, without offenses. And then, my dear devotee, things become revealed by the holy name, or even more detailed, by the Shakti, the specific Shakti which is there in the holy name. And you see the spiritual reality. You also understand who you are. This is a very, very unique contribution, this book, Nam Tattva. It is there on the ISKCON market now as a translation. I found it in my favorite book shop in Belgium, the Bhaktivinoda Library Service. It was available there. Good. Just to give you a little insight in Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur's praise of the holy name and how he puts emphasis on this, I would like to you to turn your attention to the song Keno Hare Krishna Nam, which will appear in a second on the screen for you. Yes. Keno Hare Krishna Nam Hari Bole. Try. Keno Hare Krishna Hari Bole. Mano Pran Kandena. Mano Pran Kandena. In the song he says, oh, why does my heart not weep from chanting the holy names of Hare Krishna? What's wrong with my heart? He compares his heart in this song with a bird that got lost in a forest. And he says, my dear heart, you are so lost like the bird in the forest. But I have now some very nice food for you. Come here, you hungry heart, you hungry bird. I have given you the chanting of the holy name. He says like this, the bird of my heart does not know what past sinful activities it has committed to cause this inability to chant Hare Krishna properly. Now, I'm not weeping, I'm not crying, I'm so stiff and cold like the frozen, what is it, American AC. That is not Bhaktivinoda Thakur, no. Oh forest bird, oh bird of my heart, I have kept something for you very carefully within the cottage of my heart. It's the holy name of Hari, which is overflowing with pure sweet honey. Oh bird, you could learn the chanting of this name if you were taught. Then he says a bird easily speaks the name which is taught. No? A parrot, you can say, parrots say Krishna, the parrot will go Krishna. So the bird can easily be taught, a normal bird, but you are abnormal. Why does my heart not weep from chanting the holy names of Hare Krishna? O bird, come, let us go to the spiritual world. It's verse 4 if you want to follow. Let us go to the spiritual world, the land of true and everlasting beauty. It is the place where the imaginary man of my mind will never again come and go on the revolving cycle of birth and death. He says, the man who, the mind which wants to enjoy separately from Krishna has this Purusha Bhava. It imagines to be the enjoyer. The male is considered to be the enjoyer in psychological parlance. So you are should give up this wrong identity. And then he says, death will also come. At the time of your death, this man, this Purusha, this enjoyer, will be put on a stretcher, fire will be put in its mouth, and then it's too late. he says, the cremation fire will enter your mouth and then totally consume your tongue. There will be nothing you can do to save yourself, for at that time it's too late. You will be unable to speak anymore. So very nice song in which he addresses the great presence of the holy name, which can take one to the spiritual kingdom of God, and which he says is available to all. But as Vaisheshika Prabhu had informed us in Long Beach, there is a resistance in our heart, and that is to our undoing this resistance. Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakura, we can now remove this song from the screen. Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakura gave once a very amazing instruction on chanting the holy name. He had gone with Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur to Kulina Gram. It's a place where Haridas Thakur lived and others, other great associates of Mahaprabhu stayed. So, very interesting. He wanted to make a parikrama of the various places of Lord Chaitanya's associates. So he came in the evening and he looked for accommodation to sleep so that the next morning he would be able to do his parikrama. So as they entered Kulinagram, they saw an old temple, and out of the temple comes a priest. He looks very old, and there's something very mysterious about him. And the priest says, "Oh, where are you going?" Bhaktivinoda Thakura says, we are here to make a parikram tomorrow. "Oh, good," says the priest. "Then please stay for the night in the temple." Bhaktivinoda and Bhaktisiddhanta, who is still young at that time, agree. As they lay down in the temple and they sleep, they are suddenly awakened by a loud hollowing sound. I'm doing this to wake the last sleeping member of IVS. It is, then they hear some chains are dragged over the floor. It gets really spooky. It seems to be a ghostly, haunted temple. And all of a sudden, from all directions, bricks come flying at Bhaktivinoda Thakura and Bhaktisiddhanta. So Bhaktivinoda Thakura immediately gets up, he takes his beads and he chants very loudly the Mahamantra. This is what you need to do when, when you are also encountering ghosts. Have you encountered ghosts? You try to enter into your, they sit on your chest and you need to wrestle who remains in control here. So Bhaktivinoda Thakura did what you all need to do at that time. He chanted loudly the holy names. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Hare. And after some time, the bricks stopped flowing in the air, floating in the air. There was no longer these frightening sounds. It became ghost-free, so to say. So in the morning, Bhaktivinoda Thakura and his son took his bath from the nearby pump, and they took a baldi bath, a bucket bath, and they proceeded to Kulina Gram. And because they arrived there so early, the people said, "Oh, where did you stay? You can't have walked through the night." And they said, we stayed in that place before the town. They said, this is a haunted temple. Yes, said Bhaktivinoda Thakura, I know now. Tell me something about the priest. And and the people said, the priest chanted all day the Hare Krishna Maha Mantra. What? Said Bhaktivinoda Thakura. Yeah, but he had a very bad character. But the people said, why, if he chanted the holy name, was he reborn, or was he, after his death, becoming a ghost? We can't understand. Shouldn't the chanting have purified him? Imagine there is this priest, he may steal from the hundi box, but he chants all day Hare Krishna. Shouldn't we expect that the priest will gradually be purified? And Bhaktivinoda Thakura answered, he must have only chanted Nam Akshara, the Mayic sound. In other words, his sound was only lip deep. His chanting was not heart deep. And he referred to an earlier statement of Haridas Thakur, which says, Namakshara Bahira Ya Bhate Tabanama. One may vibrate the sound of the holy name, but it may not actually be the holy names. The holy names and the Supreme Lord are non-different. Those who lack knowledge of the relationship between the servant, that is the chanter, and the object of service, that is Krishna, cannot cross the four objectives of material life and reach the platform of pure love for Krishna. I want to make this is a verse from Chaitanya Bhagavat. I want to make this a little bit more clear. The external sound of the holy name is not yet Krishna. Otherwise, a tape recorder who chants Krishna, Krishna, Hare, Hare would be an enlightened soul who is in contact with Krishna. He would manifest Krishna. It is, my dear devotees, the spiritual realization which is backing the name. In other words, when a devotee chants, he chants with a realization of, it's called sambandha, that I'm a servant of Krishna and Krishna is my eternal master. And he chants with this attitude, my dear Lord, please save me, please lift me up, please accept me in your service. But when a Mayavadi or a non-devotee chants, or a lazy Hare Krishna, Hare Rama devotee, then he is not in that mood. He just produces a sound. Srila Bhaktivinoda Saraswati gave an amazing analogy between the capsula. You may have a capsula, and inside there is normally medicine. Now imagine you have a capsula without medicine. It will not do any, has no medical value. No, it may have an entertainment value. You may show I'm taking medicine, but if it's empty, there is no active ingredient which can help you. Therefore, Prabhupada has, Mayapur, spoken about this subject matter. A materially minded person, atasi Krishna namadi, nabavet krayam indraya, he cannot really grasp the spiritual, the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Only a person whose mind has been turned to Krishna in a service mood, he can grasp the Krishna. My dear devotees, think for a moment. Do you think it could be so simple that you just say some lexidasical, I hope that's an English word. It is, yeah. Some Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Now God has manifested on my tongue. Hare Krishna. Do you think the Lord is so cheap? Can't be. Also, you can look around. Why look around? Look in your own heart. Have you seen Krishna? Maybe not yet. That may be because you still have something to learn about chanting, not just the alphabetic letters, but chanting the real name. So Bhaktivinoda Thakura was speaking on this. I've given you a summary of this to the people of Kulinagram, and he said, only those with a sincere service spirit can enter the secret of the holy name. So this is something of the teachings of Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakura in regards to the holy name. In case you want to have it crystal clear, so what do you do to chant properly according to Bhaktivinoda Thakura? He explains in the Harinam Chintamani that you need to understand who you are and who is Krishna. This is called Sambandha Gyan. And when you chant on the basis of this understanding and turn to Krishna with a sincere plea, please engage me in your service, then if Krishna wants, he can transform your shadow of chanting, your nama bhas, into the Shuddha Nama, the pure holy name. And then your life will never be the same. Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakura taught this in Kulinagram. He wrote about this. He is the great proponent of the Sankirtan movement in the modern time. He took what Chaitanya Mahaprabhu gave as the main process for becoming Krishna conscious, and he distributed it widely. But in his life, he hit rock bottom also. He wrote an article about his mission. He said, once the mission, it was during the later part of his life, he wrote it while in Puri. He said, the mission of chanting the holy name was so successful. Everywhere Namhata grew up. Everywhere, he says, Mayavadis and scholars began to praise the Yuga Dharma of chanting the holy name. Yogis joined the movement of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. But then, due to the influence of Kali, everything disintegrated again. And therefore, I have come to the beach of Puri. A very moving thing. I think I will send this to you, Vaisheshika, because in December you will go to Puri. It's a short article, very beautiful. It is very nice. And then, when I was in Puri, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu appeared to me on the beach. I was rolling in desperation on the beach, and Mahaprabhu said, do not worry. Do not worry. By my grace, this movement will again pick up and will be spread all over the world. So Bhaktivinoda Thakura sincerely prayed for that this movement would go on. His very illustrious son, Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur, I don't know if he had appeared already by that time. I would have to compare the dates when this article was written, and his birthdays I can't say, but Bhaktivinoda Thakur hoped that his son would spread the movement, and Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur did it. Empowered by Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, there was no worry any longer. And then his illustrious disciple, our Srila Prabhupada, came, and he spread the movement of our Bhaktivinoda Thakur far and wide, so that even in the Silicon Valley, a drive of 15 minutes away from the center of Apple, is a very wonderful, prosperous, lively, energetic, inspired movement of devotees going on. So this is all the blessings of Srila Prabhupada would sometimes say, the blessings of Bhaktivinoda Thakur. Yes, I want to end here. I thank you very much for listening, and now we are very curious to hear our Vaisheshika Prabhu explain a further detailed knowledge on Bhaktivinoda Thakur. Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur ki jai. Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Gaur Premanandi, Hari Hari Bo. Thank you, thank you.
Hare Krishna. Let's start by invoking the mercy of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, who is the Ishtadev of Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur, and he is known as Gaura Shakti Swarupaya. He's a manifested form of the energy of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu to spread Krishna consciousness. As we know from Chaitanya Charitamrita, Ballabhacharya had said that Krishna Vina Nahi, that if you don't have Krishna Shakti Vina Nahi, if you don't have the Shakti of Krishna, then it's not possible to teach Krishna consciousness. Those who have life, said Srila Bhaktisiddhanta, they can teach others. And by teaching, then one gets life. And this was the example of Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur. His system was the only system that works, and that is to take shelter of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. So we'll start with the Mangalacharna together. Vande Guruni Shabhaktan Ishan Ishavatarakam Tat Prakasham Stachak Shakti Krishna Chaitanya Samjakam Vande Shri Krishna Chaitanya Nityananda Sahodito Gaudodaya Chitro Tamo Nudao Yadadvaitam Brahmopanishadi Tadapyasya Tanubha Yadmantaryami Purusha Iti Shosham Savibhava Shadaishvaryai Purno Ya Iha Bhagavan Saswayamayam Na Chaitanyat Krishna Jagati Padatattvam Paramiha Anarpita charim chirad karuna yavatirna kalau Samarpayitum tojvalarasam sabhakti shriyam Hari purata sundara dyuti kadamba sandipita Sada hridaya kandare spurutu vasachinandana Radha Krishna Pranaya Vikritir Ladini Shakti Rasmad Ekatmana Bhapi Bhuvi Pura Deha Bhedam Gatau Chaitanyakyam Prakatam Tvayam Chaikyamaptam Radha Bhava Duti Suvaritam Naumi Krishna Swarupam Shri Radhaya Pranaya Mahima Kidrisho Vanaya Eva Swatyo Yena Puta Madhurima Kidrisho Vanaya Saukyam Chasya Mad Anubhavata Kidrisham Veti Lobhat Pavatya Samachani Shachi Garba Sindo Kadindu Sankarshana Karanato Ashayi Garbhodashayi Chapayogdishayi Sheshashchayasya Kalasanyitya Nandakirama Sharanam Namastu Mayati Pevyapi Vaikuntaloke Punaishvarye Shri Chaturvyuha Madhye Rupam Yasyo Bhati Sankarshanakyam Tam Shri Nityananda Ramam Prapadye Maya Bharta Janda Sangashrayanga Shete Sakshat Karanam Bodhi Madhye Yasyai Kamsha Shri Kuman Adidevas Tam Shri Nityananda Ramam Prapadye Yasyam Shamsha Srila Karbhodashayi Yannavyabjam Lokasamgaktanalam Lokashrastu Sutikathamagatus Tam Shri Nityananda Ramam Prapadye Yasyam Shamsha Paradma Kilanam Poshta Vishnu Bhati Dukdati Shayi Shauni Bharata Yakala Putrantas Tam Shri Nityananda Ramam Prapadye Mahavishnu Jagatkarta Maya Srijatyada Tasya Avatara Evayam Advaita Charya Ishvara Advaitam Haninadvaitam Acharyam Bhakti Shamshanat Bhaktavataram Ishantam Advaita Charyam Ashraye Panchatattvatmakam Krishnam Bhaktarupa Swarupakam Bhaktavataram Bhaktavyam Namami Bhakta Shaktikam Jayatam Suratau Pangor Mama Nanda Matergati Sarvasva Padam Bojo Radha Madana Mohano Divya Vrindaranya Kalpadramata Srimad Ratnagara Simhasanasto Srimad Radha Srila Govinda Devo Preshtadevi Sevyamano Smarami Srimad Rasarasarambhi Am Shiva Tatatastita Ashanyenu Swame Gopir Gopinata Shri Estunaha Jaya Jaya Shri Chaitanya Jaya Nityananda Jaya Dvaita Chandra Jaya Gaura Bhaktivinoda Hey Teen Thakur Goreyaki Kariyachane Agnisad Hey Teenera Charam Vandam Tine Morna Krankera Rambe Karam Mangalacharna Guru Vaishnava Bhagavan Tinera Smarana Tinera Smarane Hai Vignani Nashana Anayasi Hai Ja Kamsha Chitta Puran Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Gaur Premanande Hari Hari Bol. Thank you, Maharaj, for bringing our attention to the main point of Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakura, take shelter of the holy name as one's only business. Bhaktivinoda Thakur's motto, as is ISV's, adopted from his bhajan about Lord Nityananda Mahaprabhu. Jive Doi Krishna Nam Sarvadharmasar became our mission statement. And it's concise and helpful. And that's Haridas Thakur emphasized the amplification of the holy name. Bhaktivinoda Thakur innovated in ways to make sure that people everywhere were able to take advantage of the teachings of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Bhaktivinoda Thakur, in the beginning of his life, he was born 352 years after Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's appearance. When he was 2 years old, he wrote his first poem, Hare Krishna. He became expert in astrology at 6. Kids, even the homeschoolers, let's pick up the pace. He took a Sanskrit teacher at age 10. Of course, by 9 years old, he already knew, or perhaps it was 6, he knew all the itihasas. He could tell all the stories of the Ramayana, the Mahabharata, and was familiar with the Vaishnava canon. And he became greatly admired, a poet, scholar. He was friends with Rabindranath Tagore, who was famous for his writings. In fact, the whole family, they were literary luminaries and great thinkers of the time. And as Bhaktivinoda Thakur came into his adolescence and then young adulthood, he was associated with many of the great thinkers of the time. He was an elite scholar and a prodigy. And there was a lot of confusion in India at that time due to the influence, the undertones, more like overtones of the British government, who deliberately and systematically tried to undermine the faith of people in the Vedas and the Bhagavad Gita. The conquering forces, as is often the case of the British Empire, felt that only they knew the truth, the way, the truth, the light, and that they were the pinnacle of civilization. They were surprised, actually, to find, as one great scholar who actually invented the department of Indology, discovered when he came to India that the Sanskrit language was more sophisticated than Latin, and rocked the Western world, who thought of people in India as heathens. They thought that the Rath Yatra festival, the idea of deity worship and so forth, was rank idolatry, backward and so forth. But some who actually were scholarly, as is often the case in the spectrum of human society, some people are a little more thoughtful and take more time to look deeply within a tradition, began to find out that actually this was aesthetically the most advanced civilization. Through the language, one can discern such a thing, what to speak of the architecture. And if one goes into the ideas that come out of the literature itself, the philosophy, for instance, the Vedanta Sutra, and all the great acharyas of India, a reasonable person will conclude that this is an extraordinary culture. Nonetheless, the damage was done in India, that there was an economic push into India by the East Indian Trade Company, who deliberately choked off the economic ways and means of the people of India through decimating their one of their main sources of income and the pride of India, which was the fabric industry. They were the best fabrics in the world in India, and the best weavers anywhere. I won't go into details because it's too ghastly, what humans do to other humans, and what a conquering so-called conquer or thinks of doing to demean others, but through physical means, through business, through politics, and also through philosophical inculcation. There was a way in which India was ashamed in many ways of its own culture, or forgetful, and looking forward to maybe something more advanced in the way of economic development and perhaps some kind of other philosophy besides what they had. Of course, even when we went to India for the first times in the early 1970s, we were Westerners coming into India, and the Indians were like looking at us like, wait a minute, aren't you going the wrong direction? We're going that way, you're coming in. That was the work of Bhaktivinoda Thakura, actually, through his influence, picking up the idea of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, which is there in the Srimad Bhagavatam, Kirata Hunandra Pulinda Pulka Shabhira Shumbha Yavana Kasaraya, Yene Chapapa Yarapashraya Shraya, Shudyanti Tasmai Prabhavishnave Nama. Shukadev Goswami says it loudly for the whole world that everyone can get on this train, go back home, back to God. It doesn't matter where you come from. It's typical in any human-influenced system that people try to consolidate power and say only we have it and nobody else can get it. And a reformer has to come along and say, no, here's how it's available for everybody. That's what Chaitanya Mahaprabhu did. As Maharaj explained earlier, there were ways in which people who were not up to the task or who were unscrupulous in teaching Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's movement, they introduced many deviations, and it came out as something completely different. And at the time that Bhaktivinoda Thakura became aware of Gaudiya Vaishnavism in its entirety through the teachings of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, which were hard to get. Bhaktivinoda Thakura, when he had the revelation of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu as the one who could unite all the different factions around the world, what to speak of in India, I should say in India, and what to speak of all around the world, it was difficult for him to find one copy of the Sri Chaitanya Charitamrita, and it took some time to get. And back to the time, Bhaktivinoda Thakura was part of, for a moment or two, an organization of thinkers who taught Brahmoism. It's kind of like, I know in Japan there's this organization that has flags up around, it's a pretty popular organization, and on their flag they have the symbol of every single religious denomination that you can think of. Let's put it all together so nobody feels offended, and mix it all together, kind of khichdi, and serve it out. Mostly concoction, and trending towards the impersonal conception of God, because when somebody sets out on their own without the help of pure devotees to think of God, that's as far as they get as an impersonal conception. Not possible to go further without descending mercy. Bhaktivinoda Thakura, however, was different. He was actually, as we saw, or as we can see through history, he emerged, everyone please say Gauranga, as a great Acharya teacher. So part of his teaching was going through the various sequences, growing up in a particular way in a neighborhood, just like we did, then coming in contact with various philosophies, just like we have. Bhaktivinoda Thakura, however, shone through. That is, he emerged bringing the torch of the authorized teachings of the Vedas, consolidated in the teachings of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. In the Bhagavad Gita, Krishna says, Yashastra vinamutstrija vartate kamakarata na sasidam avapnoti na sukam na paramgatim. If you don't follow actual authority, if you speculate, then you won't get the supreme destination, nor will you get happiness. Or, is there anything else you don't get? Huh? No peace? Well, that's not very good. So, Bhaktivinoda Thakura out of the mixture of various voices and the concoctions that were being put forward as possibilities for people to, in India and around the world, to follow as a religious philosophy, came in contact with Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's teachings, and then, like no one else had done before, he brought those teachings to light in various ways. As Maharaj mentioned, 100 books, more than 100 books he wrote, but he also wrote poems and songs. And as a friend of mine who is a huge Bhaktivinoda Thakura fan, in fact, I think it rubbed off on me early on in my devotional career, pointed out that every single song he wrote was a hit. I mean, some people that get one hit, they're called one-hit wonders, like the guy who wrote Ghostbusters many years ago. There's a huge hit all over the world, and that's the only hit he ever wrote. That's it. And others, I won't name the other one-hit wonders or their songs. Nonetheless, Bhaktivinoda Thakura, however, wrote, every song he wrote was a window to the spiritual world and deeply moving. And this is the way that acharyas or great devotees appear in the world, that they become self-effulgent through their teachings, through their achar, through their activities. And Bhaktivinoda Thakura was such a luminary in that way that single-handedly he was able to turn the tide of errant philosophies and bring people into the focus of the Bhagavad Gita and the Srimad Bhagavatam as presented through the teachings of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, who actually came to show people how to enact the teachings of Krishna and the Bhagavad Gita. So Bhaktivinoda Thakura was greatly successful in organizing the Krishna consciousness movement. As it has been said, the battles are won in the general's tent. And Bhaktivinoda Thakura spent time thinking about how to spread Krishna consciousness all over the world. If you've ever come up with a scheme, you know that you have to think about it a lot. And you have to talk to people, and you have to process it, and you have to write it down and organize it and present it. And that's what Bhaktivinoda Thakura did. He came up with the Nam Hatha system so that the holy name and the teachings of Krishna could be marketed everywhere to everyone. It was the actual precursor to Amway, which people thought was a great idea, but they actually got it from Bhaktivinoda Thakura because he came up with multi-level marketing first, which was the real form of it, to pass on, start a little Tupperware club in your own house. You guys don't know Tupperware? Okay, little Amway Center. And then you teach to your friends, you keep your inventory in your garage, and then you become the marketer and get more people to market under you. Does this sound familiar? Okay, if not, see me afterwards. I'll help you out. So he conceived of this. This takes expansive thinking and what to speak of the heartfelt desire to make sure that everyone gets Krishna consciousness, everyone gets the holy name. Jive doi, Krishna nam, sarva dharma sar. So what does that mean? Jive doya, to show mercy to other living beings. This was his thrust. Jive doi, Krishna nam. And how would you show mercy? By spreading Krishna nam as sarva dharma sar. And he said the sar, the essence of all religion is this, to show mercy to others by giving them the holy name. Bhagavatam, same thing. As Lord Shiva drank the ocean of poison, you know the story, when they churned the ocean, the demigods and the demons, the poison came out. Lord Shiva, the demigods approached Lord Shiva and said, a little help? And he said, sure, no problem. And with a nod to his wife, you should tell your wife if you're going to drink an ocean of poison, he quaffed it, and is it quaff? No, or is that a haircut? Q-U-A-F? F? 2 Fs. You might look it up. He quaffed it, held it in his throat. He has a blue throat. And Shukadeva Goswami, noting this fact, said that this is the hallmark of great personalities, and that is they take suffering on themselves in order to alleviate the suffering of others. And this is the life of acharyas. This was the life of Bhaktivinoda Thakura. You can visit his home in Godruma Dweep, which I highly recommend. And if you're coming to Mayapur, we're going to go there, and we'll sit down at Bhaktivinoda Thakura's courtyard, and we'll sing songs by Bhaktivinoda Thakura. And we'll also go up on his veranda, and we'll look out and see what he saw, which was a vision that there would be an international movement. He wrote about this before it even happened. He envisioned that people from Japan and China and America and England, Australia, sorry, anywhere else? Europe? Anywhere else? Russia and Africa would all come together, and they would join together in a big kirtan party, and they would chant Jai Sacinand. So this was Bhaktivinoda Thakura's vision. And he also was a champion of spreading Krishna consciousness through book distribution. Bhaktivinoda Thakura had written a book on the teachings of Lord Chaitanya, and then he started sending it out all over the world. He was a well-known personality and scholar. He moved in the upper crust of society. He became a Supreme Court justice. He was in charge in Jagannath Puri because the British government, who was appointing people at that time, realized his expertise. His accolades are unlimited as far as his ability to manage in the material world, and he used that. And meanwhile, he conceived of ways to spread the Krishna consciousness movement all over the world. I say that because he had connections with the likes of scholars in Europe, Thoreau and Emerson, and others around the world. And I don't know what it took to mail a book at that time. What does it take nowadays? You go down to mailboxes, etc., and you say, here, just mail this, and they scan a barcode, and then you walk out after you pay them. And Bhaktivinoda Thakura, I mean, what would it take at that time to mail a book across the ocean? What do you think? A lot? Yeah. It'd be a lot harder. But he went out of his way to send books to the great minds of society all over the world. Does that sound like a good idea? Yes. So only like a third of you are into it? Is that what you're saying? Yes. And the rest of you are only a little into it? Yes, Vaisheshika. We're into it. So yeah, let's get into it. So Bhaktivinoda Thakura had shown the way of the acharyas. He wrote everything down. He established a system that we could follow. He followed in the footsteps of Rupa Goswami. Rupanuga Varayate, it's in his pranam mantra, that he followed the system of Rupa Goswami. It's all there. We can only say a few words in the time we have to glorify him. But one of the ways to not just glorify him, but to connect with him in service is to do what he did. So one of the very practical ways that we can do what he did is to make sure that the whole world is flooded with the Srimad Bhagavatam. This is a good idea, and I'll tell you why. Because the Srimad Bhagavatam is Krishna's incarnation in Kali Yuga. I'll prove it, and you will too. Krishne swadamo bhagate dharma ganadi bi saha kalo nashta drishamesha purarnarko dhunodita. Who can say how this proves that Krishna in the Srimad Bhagavatam is the incarnation, age of Kali? Yes, Prabhu.
So the verse says that Krishna, he went back to his spiritual abode along with Dharma and Jnana, and Kali has become dark because of ignorance. And at that time, Krishna in Kali Yuga has arisen like the sun, giving knowledge and wisdom.
In what form?
Through Srimad Bhagavatam, Puranarko Dhanu.
Let me ask you a few more questions. Is it available? Srimad Bhagavatam?
Highly, very fortunate, yes, Maharaj.
Is it available in several languages?
Yes, many, many languages.
Do we have any on stock?
Yes,
In stock, yes? Okay.
post-pandemic.
That's good news. So my pet peeve is that there's not enough distribution of Srimad Bhagavatam in the world. It kind of bothers me. It's the world is up in flames right now, in case you haven't noticed. And if you haven't, then don't let me disturb your mind. Just go on with your life. Talk amongst your friends. It's really water's running out. There's a food shortage in the world. Things are out of balance in a major way. It's majorly messed up. I know this is a family show, and I hate to disturb anybody, but it is. And there is a panacea. There is a way in which we can actually make a difference in the world. And that is to shower the world with transcendental knowledge, which is the means through which any person can rise above the malefic influences of the Kali Yuga, what to speak of the material world in general, and through which we can fulfill the vision of Bhaktivinoda Thakura, that everyone from all parts of the world can come together massively, wherever they are, and dance and chant Hare Krishna and Jai Sacinand. What do you think of that as a life plan or an idea that we could execute together? On a scale of 1 to 10, 1 means you don't like it at all and you wish I never brought it up, and 10 means you think it's the best idea you ever heard. Just show by a show of fingers how you think it rates. Let me count them up. Hold on, this will take a minute. Okay, so tonight we're continuing our expansion of Srimad Bhagavatam. We have to be innovative in whatever way we can to, as Bhaktivinoda Thakura was, to organize, to find ways and means to expand the transcendental vibration. Why? To do good for others. And Srila Prabhupada left us a great treasure. That's the Srimad Bhagavatam. He went to great lengths to do it. To his last breath, he sat and, not sat, he laid, L-A-I-D, Kurnath? He had lain on his back in his final days. And as you know, his assistants held the microphone or the dictaphone mic in front of his mouth, and he spoke the last purports in Srimad Bhagavatam, which are at chapter 10, Canto 10, chapter 13, where he gives us final instructions and purports. And that he left for us as work to distribute all over the world. And so many of you, at least a few of you in here, I think are from Bharat. There's a specific directive given by Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, Bharata Bhumite Hoila Manasya Janma Jar, Janma Sartak Pari Kari Paru Upakar, which means do good for others. Take what's your birthright, take what came with you when you were born, which was knowledge of self-realization, what to speak of the Sri Chaitanya Charitamrita and the Srimad Bhagavatam, and share it with the world. So this is what Chaitanya Mahaprabhu asked not just those in Bharat, but everyone all over the world to do, which is to distribute Srimad Bhagavatam and make sure that everyone has not just one, but one in every room. People nowadays, they put a television everywhere. I'm against this. I believe this is a bad idea. I think putting a television on the back of airplane seats is not just a bad idea, I think it's torturous. And I think that we should fight against this. What do you think? I think the idea of putting a television set in a supermarket, so when you're waiting in line, your eyes go to the television set, is a bad idea. What do you think? I think having a television in every room of your house or a screen in your hand all day long is a bad idea. What do you think? So we're on a campaign here at ISV to replace these bad ideas with the Srimad Bhagavatam. A Bhagavatam in every room of the house, say yes. Yes. A Bhagavatam to every one of your 52 cousins. Yes. You each have 52 cousins. And a Bhagavatam to all the famous people of the world. Bhaktivinoda Thakura did it. We have a list we've developed of political leaders, great thinkers of the world, and we would like to also distribute them to them. And also tonight, as you'll hear, we've formed pipeline. As you know, last year we created a pipeline called NIFTA. It was originally NAFTA, for any of those who know about, political science. There's a free trade agreement. Well, we changed NIFTA because it's North America and India free trade agreement, where we distribute Bhagavatams to India, to the small villages that need fortification. And now we're sending truckloads of Bhagavatam sets to Ukraine as we speak right now. Haribol. And we have the video evidence to prove it. So tonight we're going to have a short opportunity, a very short opportunity for those of you who want to, on Bhaktivinoda Thakur's Divine Disappearance Day, to sponsor a set of Bhagavatams, or many more, that will be distributed to the Ukraine, that will put in small villages in India, that will distribute all across America. We have the ways and means of putting out Bhagavatams instantaneously. As soon as they're sponsored, they're going out into proper homes all across America and the world. And this is the distribution center. This is where it all happens. And we'll have a small window of opportunity to make this available. What do you think about this, Malini? Here's our co-Sankirtan leader, Malini Devi Dasri. Please give her a warm welcome.
Hare Krishna Maharaj, Hare Krishna Prabhu.
Also, tonight, when you sponsor a set of Bhagavatams, His Holiness Sacinand Maharaj, who's famous all over the world, who is one of Lord Chaitanya's Shaktis in spreading Krishna consciousness, will sign your book. It'll be there in generations of your family and the families of those that you put it in the home of. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Haribol. Thank you so much, Maharaj, and thank you, Prabhu, for the ecstatic class. As Prabhu was mentioning about the Ukraine, as we opened up, we just wanted to show the video because I think my words would be not making justice to that. So we'll watch a video when the books were sent to Ukraine, and there are some testimonials.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare.
I am very much grateful to the devotees for sending so many Vaishnava books. Children don't feel like studying philosophy yet, but they are very much interested in looking at the pictures and finding out what happened in these stories, what they are connected with, what they are about, why there are so many Bhagavatam books, why Chaitanya Charitamrita is so thick. They begin to become interested in the storytelling part and the spiritual part. We can tell them these stories and show them the pictures at the same time. For them, it is a very bright experience. They can visually see things which they can't touch or feel, and this is very important for children. Srimad Bhagavatam and Lord's Leelas seem to be much more interesting for them because they don't perceive it just as a lecture, but as something which they can imagine. So, step by step, we are trying to nourish them with Vaishnava culture, purity, and values. I am very much grateful that there are such amazing visual examples to make sure that our children's spirituality is naturally developed. when we were going here, we didn't have any belongings with us, and of course we couldn't take our libraries. And devotees from America have sent us a very big library. It is unbelievable help for mothers with kids. We are reading the books with great pleasure, and we would like to express our enormous gratitude to all those devotees who took part in this project. We are reading these books with great pleasure. Thank you so much for this.
We sent a shipment of, first shipment of 25 Bhagavatam sets and 25 Chaitanya Charitamrita sets. That was the first shipment to Ukraine. And they want more. And we want to send more to them soon as well. So this was one of the venues where all the sponsored Bhagavatams are being sent. And I also wanted to share one more story where we distribute these Bhagavatam sets. Last Sunday, I went to the farmers market in Mountain View, and I saw Vaishnava Toshini Prabhu and Adin Prabhu distributing books there. And then I asked them, how did it go? And then they said that an African American lady who was singing at the farmers market festival, she was performing there. And when they showed her the Bhagavatam set, she was very interested, and she took the entire set of Bhagavatam. Of course, she couldn't pay for it fully, but the devotees were generous. They asked her to take anyway. She took the box, she went there, and after a few minutes, she came back. And she said, this is missing the first canto. So you can see how they're so eager to open the whole box of books to see what's inside. And they also noticed the first canto was missing because the first canto was at the display on the table and the devotees forgot to put it in. So everything that the devotees are sponsoring here is going to some meaningful places. We are sending them to different venues. So today, on the most auspicious day of Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur's Disappearance Day, if you like to sponsor a set, you can do so. And each set of Bhagavatam is $250 only. So you can do 1, 5, 10, 20, 100. It's up to you. And if you're online watching and if you would like to sponsor a set of Bhagavatam, you can send a text message to 408-515-5292. The number again is 408-515-5292. So we can take, we have only a few minutes. Oh.
Hey, I'd like to sponsor one set for Ukraine.
Haribo! Tanka Mataji?
Yes, I would like to also sponsor one set for Ukraine.
Haribo!
Jagarini and I want to send a set to New Delhi to Gyan and Jasjit Mangat.
Jai, Haribo!
Suryakund Prabhu would like to sponsor Ukraine.
One set for Ukraine from Suryakunda Prabhu. Dilip Bhai Prabhu? One set to Gujarat state in India. Haribo! Prabhu, your name? Nimish Prabhu, yes. One set for Nimish Prabhu. Haribo! Prabhu, if you can project the Priya Kishori can share the sheet. Yes, yes.
Priya, if you could please share your screen.
Please allow me to share. I'm here. I'm ready to share.
Thank you. You are the best.
I'd like to sponsor 2 sets to the Ukraine, please.
Haribo!
Prabhu, Prabhu, your name, please? Bijiang. Bijiang, Prabhu? Okay, you have
Make
to...
it larger, Priya. Can't see it.
Priya, if you can increase your font more.
About 2,000 times more.
Yeah, this is better. Yes. 2 sets for Bijyang Prabhu. Sham Jagannath Prabhu. 1 for India from Sham Jagannath Prabhu on behalf of his parents.
Okay, everyone can help out here. Whenever anybody sponsors at least 1 set, you have to say Hari Bol really loud. Try to scare the neighbors, okay?
Okay.
So you have to say Haribol now. I also, let me first ask, will we send the devotees in Ukraine English sets or local language sets? Yes, then I would also like to sponsor a set of the Bhagavatam to the devotees in the Ukraine.
Okay, so we're running out of time because it's a short fundraiser tonight. Very short, but it's called a Window of Opportunity fundraiser. And when the window closes, then you get left out in the cold. Okay, Radhaballabha Prabhu has his hand up in the back.
Yes, Radhavallabha Prabhu. 1 set from... For Ukraine. Well, for Ukraine.
So Kumari Leela wants to sponsor 5 sets for Ukraine.
Annamaya and Aparmaya.
2 sets from my grandmother for Ukraine.
Okay, we have Vijay Prabhu who wants to sponsor 4 sets on behalf of Mohini Madhavi Dasi, who is from Ukraine, for the Ukraine devotees.
During the time of the Iron Curtain, Devamrita Swami was finding ways to smuggle books in behind the Iron Curtain. Could be at the penalty of death. They had to put them in the engine block of cars and drive the cars across the border and so forth. Prabhupada said the books going into those areas of the world would thaw the Cold War and it would resolve things. And he told us recently that at the time they had no idea how that might happen. They just heard Prabhupada say it. So there are problems in the world and the solution is Srimad Bhagavatam. Solution means you add it and then the problem dislodges. You know, like when you get a stain, you put a solution on it, it comes out. So it's the same way, the solution for the world's problems is the Srimad Bhagavatam. The vibration has to go out all over the world. We have to cover the earth. Do you get the concept? So it means it has to be expansive. Okay, Hare Krishna.
I got a message from Ananga Gopika that Mukharavinda Prabhu wants to sponsor 20 sets of Bhagavatam for His Holiness Sacinand Swami Maharaj visiting ISV. And it doesn't end there, and for all his future visits as well.
We also have online sponsor, and I think Malini should look out a message from Rita Dvij Swami. He will be texting you. And we have Prashant Jaswal Prabhu is also sponsoring 2 sets of Bhagavatam for Ukraine.
And a special notice that Ratatwaj Swami is watching the program tonight, so everyone please say Haribol for Ratatwaj Swami.
Okay, Shraddha Mataji just sent in some texts. Uma Shankar Pradhan Prabhu and family wants to sponsor 1 set of Srimad Bhagavatam. Akash Sharma Prabhu and family wants to sponsor 2 sets of Bhagavatam for Ukraine. Our Krishangi Gopi Mataji and Monisha wants to sponsor one set of Srimad Bhagavatam.
Haribo!
And Niharika just sent a text that she wants to sponsor one set from Ramuna and herself on the arrival of her grandparents from India and also for Ukraine.
So we have Ramachandra here, who is turning 5. Sorry, he's 1 year old. He's sponsoring 5 sets of Bhagavatam.
Haribo! Way to go, Ramchandra!
Rama seeks everyone's blessings. Haribo.
Okay, now we're really running out of time. We've just got a few minutes left.
Okay, so Dhira Prashanta Prabhu is sponsoring 2 sets of Bhagavatam, one for His Holiness Sacinand Swami Maharaj and one for Ukraine.
Tarun Prabhu would like to sponsor 1 set of Bhagavatam
Haribo!
for Ukraine.
We got a text from Ritadvaja Swami Maharaj that he wants to sponsor 1 set of Srimad Bhagavatam. So, some text from YouTube that came in the comment pledges. Ishwari Radha Mataji wants to sponsor 3 sets of Srimad Bhagavatam. Natwar Prabhu wants to sponsor 2 sets of Srimad Bhagavatam. Amrita Nam Das, Jalangi Devi, Dauji and Kanhai wants to sponsor 5 sets of Bhagavatam for Ukraine.
That's from the North Carolina, from the Goshala. Hare Krishna.
It's a flute song farm.
Flute Song Farm Ki Jai. Everyone visit Flute Song Farm in North Carolina.
Haribo.
We're on our way, Amritanam.
We have one more just came in. Amrita Hari Prabhu. If you don't know, he just got initiated today. He's sponsoring 5 sets of Bhagavatam for His Holiness Sacinandan Maharaj. And they're going to Ukraine.
Jai.
Ananda Kishore Prabhu wants to sponsor 2 sets of Bhagavatams for his in-laws who underwent transplantation surgery yesterday.
Haribo!
Our prayers for your in-laws, Ananda Kishore Prabhu. Sivakumar Prabhu wants to sponsor 1 set of Srimad Bhagavatam. Achyuta Kumar Prabhu wants to sponsor 5 sets Srimad Bhagavatam, and that is from Aradhya, Avanish, Divya Kumari, and Prabhu himself. Haribo! Okay. Prabhu? Your name? Navneet Prabhu? Haribo! Navneet Prabhu wants to sponsor 3 sets of Bhagavatam. This is... Go ahead.
Ashok Prabhu and Gayatri Mataji would like to sponsor 2 sets of Bhagavatam for Ukraine.
Haribo! Can you guess this? This is one devotee, our very own devotee from ISV, who is in India right now, wants to sponsor 1 set of Srimad Bhagavatam for Ukraine, and that is our Damodar Vamshidhari Prabhu and Anu Mataji.
Koladvi Prana Prabhu would like to sponsor 1 set for Srimantani and Mandali.
Haribo!
For Ukraine.
Shraddha Mataji sent in one more. Bhakta Ramesh want to sponsor 2 sets of Srimad Bhagavatam for his parents who will be initiated soon. Khyati, Niral Prabhu and Keshvi want to sponsor 1 set of Srimad Bhagavatam. And Apara Gaurangi Mataji and Sri Antariksha Prabhu wants to sponsor 1 set of Srimad Bhagavatam. One set of Srimad Bhagavatam from Nihar for his grandparents. That is from Nam Smaran Prabhu. Okay.
Malini, we're down to 7 minutes, so we're going to start the countdown. This is the last opportunity. We only have 7 minutes left, and in order to get an opportunity to sponsor a set of Bhagavatams for Bhaktivinoda Thakura's Disappearance Day, you'll have to stop the countdown. Well, do you have any others before I start?
Yes, Prabhu. This is a special one coming from His Holiness Giriraj Maharaj's servant. Krishna Kirtan Prabhu wants to sponsor 1 set of Srimad Bhagavatam for Ukraine on behalf of His Holiness Giriraj Maharaj.
Amrita Hari is waving his hand in the back.
Yes, Amrita Hari Prabhu. Yes. Sudeep Sabnesh Prabhu would like to sponsor 5 sets of Bhagavatam for Ukraine.
Okay, Ankur Prabhu just texted in. He wants to sponsor 1 set of Srimad Bhagavatam from Nidhi Mataji and Ankur Prabhu.
Nitya and Ramesh Prabhus would like to sponsor 5 sets of Bhagavatam.
Haribol! Okay, 5 sets of Bhagavatam from Amaira and Arman for Okay.
How did you do that?
Okay. Okay, ready? Kautukarna Prabhu just texted in. He wants to sponsor 25 sets of Bhagavatam for Guru Maharaj and all Sankirtan devotees.
Here comes another big one.
20 sets of Srimad Bhagavatam.
That's our own Rasika Siromani and Govind Charan Prabhu. Priya, for you.
Ananda Baladev Prabhu and Jagannath Priya Mataji texted it just now, and they want to sponsor 2 sets of Bhagavatam, 1 for His Holiness Sacinand Swami Maharaj and 1 for His Grace Vaisheshika Prabhu.
4 minutes left. 4 minutes left. It's a small window now. It's really creaking closed. In the back.
What's your name?
Apara, what's her name? Deepisha. Deepisha, how many sets would you like to sponsor, Deepisha?
I would like to sponsor 1 set.
Oh, thank you very much, Deepisha.
Okay. Thank you so much, Deepisha. And 1 set of Srimad Bhagavatam from Rohini for Ukraine.
Jai Rohini! Haribol!
Ananda Mataji texted in. She wants to sponsor 1 set of Srimad Bhagavatam for Balaram and Abhay.
We have 1 more set.
Yeah, I'd like to sponsor 1 set on behalf of Gita Priya, who took shelter
Aww.
from Prabhu today.
I would like to sponsor 1 set for Ukraine.
Your name, sir?
Girish.
Girish.
Yeah.
Thank you, Girish.
This is a comment that came in on YouTube. They said, Amrita Namdas says, please get the mridanga going.
Okay. Krishna 10, Krishna 9, Krishna 8, Krishna 7, Krishna 6, Krishna 5. You have to raise your hand to stop it. 4, Krishna 3, Krishna 2.
Here.
Okay, Sri Kumar Prabhu texted in and he would like to sponsor one set of Bhagavatam on behalf of Madhava and Uddhav.
Krishna.
So this message is from Vishakha and Siddharth. They would like to sponsor one set of Srimad Bhagavatam in honor of their father for Ukraine. Okay. Namsmaran Prabhu texts again that he would like to sponsor one more set of Srimad Bhagavatam for Guru Maharaj and Guru Ma. Scott Stadler and family would like to sponsor one set tonight. Haribo! This is Nanda Vinodini Devidasi. She wants to sponsor 2 sets of Srimad Bhagavatam from Gauranga Vishwambar on behalf of His Grace Vaisheshika Prabhu and His Holiness Sacinand Swami Maharaj. Okay, one more text from Shivakumar Prabhu. He would like to sponsor 2 more sets of Bhagavatam on behalf of Vedant and Keli Kunja Kumari.
Krishna 10, Krishna.
Okay. Geeta Priya would like to sponsor one set of Srimad Bhagavatam for His Grace Vaisheshika Prabhu and Nirakula Mataji. Okay. Kunjari would like to sponsor 2 sets of Bhagavatam for Geeta Priya. This is from Shamarupa Prabhu. He wants to sponsor one set of Srimad Bhagavatam for Ananya Radhika Mataji and Balaram. Okay.
Krishna 10, Krishna 9.
Malini's WhatsApp is backlogged. This is a good problem.
Venugita Mataji would like to sponsor one set of Srimad Bhagavatam. Haribo! Deepa Sangam and Uday Bandi Samvrit and Archita would like to sponsor 8 sets of Srimad Bhagavatam. Jagadish Prabhu and family would like to sponsor one set of Srimad Bhagavatam. Nikunja Sundari Mataji would like to sponsor 3 sets of Bhagavatam. One for her parents, another for Arvishi, and one for Ukraine.
Avantika would like to sponsor one set for Geeta Priya. What a good friend are you, Avantika. Shamalangi has a... So we'll find Radhakripa. He will roll in towards the end. So Shamalangi would like to sponsor 5 sets for Ukraine.
Tejas Parikh and Karishma would like to sponsor 2 sets of Srimad Bhagavatam. For their whole family's well-being. Venugita would like to sponsor one more set of Srimad Bhagavatam. Our own Mayapur Bihari Prabhu and Ujjvala Rasa Mataji, who are in India now, would like to sponsor 4 sets of Srimad Bhagavatam. This is from Shraddha Mataji that she wants to sponsor one set of Srimad Bhagavatam on behalf of Megha, Robert and Allison for Guru Maharaj and Guru Ma. Ram Babu Prabhu would like to sponsor 2 sets of Bhagavatam on behalf of Lavanya Mataji and Nayana Manjari for Ukraine.
Nitai Kirtan Bihari Das and Nilachal Chandra Devi Dasi and Driti would like to sponsor 2 sets for Ukraine. Leela Nandini would like to gift 1 set of Srimad Bhagavatam to Aparmaya as he's turning 18. And she said that this is a personal set for him, seeking the blessing of His Holiness Sacinand Maharaj and His Grace Vaisheshika Maharaj for Aparmaya, so he can develop some taste in our scriptures.
Haribo. Now something is coming from Australia. Namachintamani Devi Dasi from Australia would like to sponsor 1 set of Srimad Bhagavatam on behalf of her family for Ukraine.
Krishna 10, Krishna 9, Krishna 8, Krishna 7, Krishna 6, Krishna 5, Krishna 4, Krishna 3.
Shyam Sundar Prabhu would like to sponsor 1 set of Srimad Bhagavatam.
Yes, Prabhu, your name, please? Sauradip. Sauradip would like to sponsor 1 set of Srimad Bhagavatam for Ukraine.
Krishna 10, Krishna 9, Krishna 8, Krishna 7, Krishna 6, Krishna 5, Krishna 4, Krishna 3, Krishna 2, Krishna 1, Krishna point 5, Krishna point 125.
Kalyani Mataji and Srinivas Prabhu would like to sponsor 1 set of Bhagavatam for their spiritual master.
Krishna 10, Krishna 9, Krishna 8, Krishna 7, Krishna 6, Krishna 5, Krishna 4.
We have one here.
On the auspicious occasion of Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur's Disappearance Day, seeking blessing from Bhaktivinoda Thakur on Gita Priya, we would like to sponsor 10 sets of Bhagavatam.
Krishna 10, Krishna 9, Krishna 8, Krishna 7, Krishna 6, Krishna 5,
One more.
4.
Kautukarna Prabhu's friend, Jasmine, would like to sponsor 1 set of Bhagavatam.
Krishna 10, Krishna 9, Krishna 8, Krishna 7, Krishna 6, Krishna 5, Krishna 4.
Akurnath Prabhu. Right.
Oh, here it is.
Right there, yeah.
Jagrini and I would like to sponsor a set for Mayapur Bihari and family.
Haribo!
Krishna 10, Krishna 9, Krishna 8, Krishna 7, Krishna 6, Krishna 5, Krishna 4, Krishna 3, Krishna 2, Krishna 1.
Yes, Shri Gopal. 5 sets from Shri Gopal Prabhu.
Okay, we really are out of time.
Priya, you may want to add Akurnath Prabhu's count.
Yes, I added it to his original. He has 2 so far. Yeah, 2 sponsorships.
Thank you.
Again, Kautukarna Prabhu's friend, Vishal Vinod from UC San Diego, wants to sponsor 2 sets of Srimad Bhagavatam.
Looks like Kautukarna Prabhu is playing the role of Radha Kripa Prabhu today.
There is an anonymous donation for a case of Bhagavad Gita. Okay. Radha Kripa Prabhu wants to sponsor 1 set of Srimad Bhagavatam. This is on behalf of Swaraj for Ukraine.
Krishna 10.
Mother Nirkula has one. If you can pass on the microphone, please. Thank you.
I just got a text from Javi Prabhu that he would like to sponsor 3 sets of Bhagavatams.
Wow, thanks, Havi Prabhu. Krishna 10, Krishna 9, almost over, Krishna 8, Krishna 7, Krishna 6, Krishna 5, Krishna 4, Krishna 3, Krishna 2, Krishna 1, Krishna point 5, Krishna point 125.
So Keshwari would like to sponsor
One set of Srimad Bhagavatam.
Haribo! Krishna 10, Krishna 9, Krishna 8, Krishna 7, Krishna 6.
Monisha would like to sponsor one set. Okay, she has a big list. Haribo!
So, Monisha would like to sponsor one set of Bhagavatam for His Holiness Sacinand Swami Maharaj, His Grace Vaisheshika Prabhu, Her Grace Nirakula Mataji, and for Gita Priya.
Haribo! Krishna 10, Krishna 9, Krishna 8, Krishna 7, Krishna 6, Krishna 5, Krishna 4, Krishna 3, Krishna 2, Krishna 1, Krishna point 5.
I want to sponsor one for Ukraine devotees because Radhavalla Prabhu makes the best Ukraine devotee tart cake.
Okay, we really are out of time now. And if you missed the opportunity, then, well, maybe next year, maybe next life even. Yes?
Those who would like to make a payment, we have Sri Gopal Prabhu or one of the Sankirtan devotee would be right here, help you to run through your credit card, and we'll make sure that you get no stampede here. So let's make sure that you've been taken care of. Hare Krishna.
And also for the devotees online, if you'd like to pay, you can PayPal to teamisv@gmail.com. It's teamisv@gmail.com.
Yes,
And
that would be put in the broadcast also. So Priya Kishori has put it in.
Yeah, she's highlighting that.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Priya.
Okay, last countdown with no 0.5 or 0.125 or any of that. No fractions here. Are you ready? Krishna 10, Krishna 9.
Yes, we have one more here. Sorry?
Edward.
Edward.
One case of Bhagavad Gita for Edward Prabhu.
Krishna 7, Krishna 6, Krishna 5.
We have Niharika here. For Gita Priya. Haribo.
Krishna 4, Krishna 3, Krishna 2, Krishna.
Radhakripa Prabhu would like to sponsor one set of Bhagavatam on behalf of Guru Maharaj and Guru Ma for Ukraine.
You realize I'm on one now, right? There's nowhere for me to go. Yes.
Okay. This is Ankita and Ankita Mataji on behalf of Hitesh Prabhu, her parents, his parents, and Prishni would like to sponsor 5 sets of Srimad Bhagavatam.
Avyukta here, he would like to sponsor for his first set of Srimad Bhagavatam ever.
Avyukt, yeah. And Premlata Mataji would like to sponsor one set of Srimad Bhagavatam for His Holiness Sacinand Swami Maharaj and Vaisheshika Maharaj. Oh, but she said, please don't mention my name, I'm sorry. Sorry about that.
In less than a minute,
Yes.
we're going to make the Sankirtan offering. Right, Malini?
We just got a text from Sundarananda Prabhu that he would like to sponsor 2 sets of Srimad Bhagavatam for Ukraine devotees.
We have one in the back, Achyuta Chaitanya Prabhu. 2 for Gita Priya. Krishna Sakha Prabhu.
Two sets of Bhagavatam for Krishna
Haribo!
Sakha
Gaur Premanande Haribo!
Haribo!
Dear devotees, now we're going to take up the asanas. Doesn't it feel good though? And don't you hate it when you have extra money? It's really annoying, and it just is a weight. So we create these yagyas so we can put it in the fire, and the best yagya in this age is to spread the holy names, and especially make it really loud by putting it out in written form so it stays for generations. And it's the way to change the world, actually, is to distribute the transcendental sound vibration in the form of the holy name and transcendental literature, which is literary kirtan. It's written down so it can sneak into all kinds of institutions and places all over the world, and will be here in perpetuity. Thank you, everyone, for participating. We'll keep the lines open if you want to text in more. We'll let His Holiness Sacinand Maharaj know that you donated so he can give special blessings. Those of you afterwards who want to get one of the sets signed, if you're taking it home, Maharaj will sign one for you. And now we're going to put up... They have too many scores, they have to count it all up. It'll take us 5 minutes to get ready, and we'll have a little kirtan. But right now we're going to roll up the carpet, put away all the asanas in the back, and then we're going to form an arc around Bhaktivinoda Thakura and Srila Prabhupada, like we usually do. And we're going to make the Sankirtan offering and also have an Pushpabhishek. Vanchakalpadrusha kripa sindhave vacha patitanam pavanibhyo vaishnavebhyo namo namaha nantakudi vaishnavindiki jai gaur premanande nitai gaura haribo 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 nitai gaura haribo. It's interesting to see how the energy all of a sudden picks up in here, and everyone feels, oh yeah, I want to be part of that. Yeah. It's nice. And so you will somehow, in how does this technically
Prabhu, this mic, should I leave it here?
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Whoever has the headset, kindly bring it to the control room. Whoever has the headset, kindly bring it to the control room.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Gaur Premanande. Please keep an aisle open here So Srila Prabhupada can have darshan of the deities and Bhaktivinoda Thakura. And now we're going to have the offerings from Bhakti community and then from Team ISV Sankirtan. Please go ahead.
Dear Srila Prabhupada, please accept our most humble obeisances at the dust of your lotus feet. All glories to your divine grace. All glories to Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakura. We are gathered here on the most auspicious occasion to offer the results of our monthly Sankirtan festival, the Ambassador of Goodwill. In the song, O Vaishnava Thakur from Saranagati, Bhaktivinoda Thakur expresses the mood that we all want to develop. And like offering the drop of Ganges water to the Ganges, we can offer that mood in his words to him so that he will give us a drop of faith in the holy name. Ekaki amara nahi paya bala harinama sankirtani tumi krupa kuri shraddha bindu diya deho Krishna namadhani. I do not find the strength to carry on alone the Sankirtan of the holy name of Hari. Please bless me by giving me just one drop of faith with which to obtain the great treasure of the holy name of Krishna. Krishna se tomara, Krishna drite paro, tomara sakatiya che. Amito kangala, Krishna Krishna bole, daitva pache pache. Krishna is yours. You have the power to give him to me. I am simply running behind you shouting, Krishna, Krishna. The Bhakti community is a community for spiritual seekers who are interested in learning about the timeless wisdom and practices of Bhakti Yoga, the yoga of love and gratitude. With blessings of His Grace Vaisheshika Prabhu and Her Grace Nirakula Mataji, the Bhakti community continue to inspire newcomers to pursue Bhakti through various weekly programs. This MSF on Mondays, the Bhakti On program continued the daily affirmation series, discussing topics such as each living being I met is amazing, every breath I take is a gift, everything is happening for my ultimate good, etc. Around 50 people attended these programs. On Thursdays, Bhakti Circle, Discover Yourself, a 32-week program that systematically introduces Bhakti Yoga to newcomers, was conducted. Evolution, a spiritual evolution understanding the real problems of life and why are we here were some of the topics that were discussed. Around 25 people attended this program. On Fridays, Success Sadhana continued the Golden Monk series, discussing topics such as the 5 principles of receptivity, 3 stages of spiritual advancement, becoming an ambassador of goodwill. Around 50 people attended these programs. And on Sundays, in the Women's Circle, Introduction to Bhagavad Gita was conducted. Around 10 women attended these programs. We are very happy to share that the Bhakti community has started daily mantra meditation circle from 5 a.m. to 7 a.m. Pacific time to help newcomers develop the habit of practicing daily mantra meditation. Newcomers have expressed gratitude that the meditation circle is helping them to finish 16 rounds daily. That was very difficult previously. Around 8 to 10 newcomers joined the daily mantra meditation circle. Comunidad Bhakti, the Bhakti community for Spanish-speaking people, completed the first Bhakti Circle series and conducted the graduation ceremony titled Festival of Inspiration. Around 32 members attended the festival. Comunidad Bhakti has also started a mantra meditation circle that is conducted once a week. Around 7 newcomers are attending the program. Bhakti community's sole purpose is to associate newcomers with Vaishnavas so that newcomers can progress in Bhakti Yoga. Vaishnava Sangha Lava, or VSL, is a metric that measures how many times a newcomer comes in association with a Vaishnava through a devotional service class. For this MSF, Comunidad Bhakti's goal was to achieve 540 VSL. We are very happy to report that Comunidad Bhakti surpassed the goal and achieved 1,320 VSLs. Around 22 newcomers attended Comunidad Bhakti programs. For this MSF, Bhakti Community Silicon Valley's goal was to achieve 1,080 VSLs. We are very happy to report that Bhakti Community Silicon Valley surpassed the goal and achieved 3,020 VS sells this MSF. This MSF, around 140 newcomers attended various Bhakti community programs. We are eternally indebted and grateful to all the volunteers, room leaders, speakers, mentors, and book distributors who work tirelessly every day to fulfill Srila Prabhupada's mission and spread Krishna consciousness in the Western world. We also want to thank each of our donors who help us maintain the Bhakti community. We offer a special gratitude to His Holiness Sacinand Swami Maharaj, who has kindly come to ISV on this auspicious occasion and request his blessings so that we can be an instrument in Lord Chaitanya's Harinam Sankirtan. And finally, our most heartfelt, sincere gratitude to His Grace Vaisheshika Prabhu and Her Grace Nirakulam Mataji. It's only due to your presence, leadership, and motivation that the Bhakti community exists and is thriving. We pray at your lotus feet to bless the Bhakti community to help spread Lord Chaitanya's mission to every town and village in the Western world. Bhakti community gets the opportunity to serve newcomers due to the tireless efforts of the book distribution team who introduced Bhakti community to these newcomers. Now Malini Mataji will present the book distribution results.
Dear Srila Prabhupada, following in the footsteps of our dear Bhaktivinoda Thakur, Team ISV, taking shelter of the holy names, set out to distribute books. The goal for this MSF was to have at least 300 devotees participate in this monthly Sankirtan festival. The highlights of this MSF are: Kids Sankirtan team enthusiastically participated in the marathon and they distributed 36 Srimad Bhagavatam sets and collected $3,883 in Lakshmi. Haribol! And they also accrued 3,648 book points for this MSF. Little Krishna Kids team held an event in Fremont to support the devotees in Ukraine and raised $1,845.01, which they funded for 20 Chaitanya Charitamrita sets and 5 Bhagavatam sets. Motel Gita team dispatched many books this MSF and they accrued a total of 22,560 book points. After 2 years of separation, Sadhu Sangha Festival was organized at Utah and devotees participated in the Kirtan enthusiastically and distributed 21 sets of Bhagavatam and collected $8,000 and $8,500 in Lakshmi. The Bhagavad Seva project is inspiring many kids outside the congregation to learn the Bhagavata culture through online classes, and they distributed 222 Srimad Bhagavatam sets and collected a total of $33,000 and $33,935 in Lakshmi. Western Sankirtan team conducted the brainstorming meeting to discuss the detailed plan on distributing Bhagavatam set and Chaitanya Charitamritas to the masses on the streets and festivals. The team went to various venues like Juneteenth Festival, Pride Parade at San Francisco, Oakland Carnival Festival, Half Moon Bay Jazz Festival and Wine Festival, Santa Monica FM and UCLA campus, Walmart at Salt Lake City, just to name a few. And devotees went to attend 2-day program at Navabraj, just in the mood of uniting all the Gaudiya Vaishnavas, and they distributed 13 Srimad Bhagavatam sets and 8 Chaitanya Charitamrita sets. The Western Sankirtan team started the Grihastha traveling Sankirtan team and attended many music festivals like Hog Farm Hideaway Festival and Kate Wolf Festival. In total, the Western Sankirtan team distributed 47 Srimad Bhagavatam sets, 25 Chaitanya Charitamrita sets, and more Trimurti sets than before. They accrued 12,014.5 book points, and they raised $16,364.92 in Lakshmi. In the mood of sharing this knowledge with others, Team ISV held a two-part seminar for the devotees in Australia, New Zealand, and Fiji. The seminar was attended by 65 devotees from these three countries, and a special section on how to distribute Srimad Bhagavatam to Westerners on the street was included for the very first time. We heard the good news that they were able to successfully distribute at least one Bhagavatam set after the seminar. Corporate Sankirtan team sent their half-yearly scores, and they distributed 103 Srimad Bhagavatam sets, out of which 20 were sent to Ukraine. They distributed 8 Chaitanya Charitamrita sets, and they accrued 8,365.6 book points, and they collected $52,130 in Lakshmi. ISV devotees again generously donated in response to the request made by His Grace Vaisheshika Prabhu on a Sunday feast and also today. With the generous donations from devotees, Team ISV sent 25 Srimad Bhagavatam sets and 25 Chaitanya Charitamrita sets to Ukraine, and more to be sent next month. As we make this offering of the MSF results, we are pleased to report that all goals have been successfully met, surpassed, and smashed. This special offering of the MSF, 436 devotees participated, surpassing the goal of 300. With respect to books, Team ISV accrued 70,694.50 book points, which includes ISV distributed 454 Bhagavatam sets, and 322 Bhagavatam sets were sponsored, so a total of 776 sets. Surpassing the previous year's total of 430 Bhagavatam sets. Team ISV raised $141,569.88 in Lakshmi. Our hope is that Bhaktivinoda Thakura is pleased with these results, and we thank all our Sankirtan devotees for their continued dedication and enthusiasm to carry out the mission of Srila Prabhupada, despite the obstacles. And we express our immense gratitude to all Srila Prabhupada's disciples and our special guest, His Holiness Sacinand Swami Maharaj, for gracing this occasion. Haribol! 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 And we express our immense gratitude to His Grace Vaisheshika Prabhu, and Nirakula Mataji, without whom we will not be able to do this Bhagavatam set distribution here. With the inspiration of His Grace Vaisheshika Prabhu, we are marching towards the goal of at least 2,500 Bhagavatam sets by Bhadra Purnima. And we are praying for your blessings, Srila Prabhupada, and blessings of Bhaktivinoda Thakura and all the Vaishnavas so that we can fulfill this desire. Hare Krishna. Srila Prabhupada ki, Shri Shri Radha Madan Mohan ki, Shriman Mahaprabhu ki, Shri Shri Lakshmi Narsinga Deva ki, Gaura Premanande.
We give our undying gratitude to the leaders of our various initiatives, Jai Madhava Prabhu, Pavani Bhakti, for Bhakti Community, Malini Devi Dasi, Sri Krishna Purushottam, Shraddha Devi Dasi, and others who are heading up the massive distribution and culturing of new devotees here at ISV. Thank you very much. Hare Krishna. Now we have the opportunity from our hearts to express by offering flowers to Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakura and Srila Prabhupada, a Pushpanjali ceremony. So we'll say the Mangalacharna, and please everyone take at least 3 flower petals. If you only get 1, you'll have to divide it in 3, because we're going to offer 3 times after we say our mantras. Om Jnana Timirandasya. No, we're doing it responsively. It's a little more aesthetic. Om Jnana Timirandasya. Jnananjana Shalakaya. Chakshurun Militam Nena. Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. Shri Chaitanya Manobhishtam Stapitam Yena Bhutale Swayam Rupa Katahmayam Kadati Swapadantikam Vandeham Sri Guru Sri Uta Padakamalam Shri Gurun Vaishnavanscha Shri Rupa Sagrajata Sahagana Raghunathan Vita Tam Sajiva Sadvaitam Sadhatuta Rijana Sahitam Krishna Chaitanya Devam Shri Radha Krishna Pada Sahagana Lalita Shri Vishakhambitamscha Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Preshtaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Niti Namine Namaste Saraswate Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Deshatarine Namo Vishnupadaya Krishna Preshtaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Tinamine Shri Varshabhana Videvi Dayataya Kripabdaye Krishna Sambandha Vijnana Daine Prabhave Namaha Madhuryo Jvala Premaja Shri Rupanuga Bhaktida Shri Gaura Karuna Shakti Vigrahaya Namostute Namaste Gauravani Sri Murtaye Dinataine Rupanuga Virudhapa Asadanta Dvanta Harine Namo Gaurakishoraya Sakshat Vairagya Murte Vipralamba Sambodhe Parambu Jayate Namaha Namo Bhaktivinodaya Satchidananda Namine Gaura Shakti Swarupaya Rupanuga Varayate Gaura Virbhava Bhomestra Nirdesa Sajjana Priya Vaishnava Sarvabhauma Shri Jagannatayate Namaha Vancha Kalpatarubhyascha Kripasindhu Pyaevacha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha Namo Mahavaranyaya Krishna Prema Pradayate Krishnaya Krishna Chaitanya Namne Goratvishe Namaha Panchatattvatmakam Krishna Bhaktarupa Swarupaka Bhaktavataram Bhaktakyam Mami Bhakta Shaktikam Hey Krishna Karuna Sindho Dinabandho Jagatpate Gopesha Gopika Kanta Radha Kanta Namostute Jayatam Suratau Pango Mama Manda Matirgati Matsarvasva Padamboja Radha Manana Mohana Divya Vrindaranya Kalpadrumada Srimad Ratnagara Sinhasanasta Srimad Radha Shila Govinda Deva Krishtalipi Sevya Manus Marami Sriman Rasa Rasadamdi Vamshi Vatatathastita Karshan Venu Svanir Gopir Gopinatha Shriyestunaha Tapta Kanchana Gaurangi Radhe Vrindavaneshwari Rishabhanu Sute Devi Pranamami Hari Priye Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Advaita Gadadhara Srila Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare No Bhaktivinodaya Sachidananda Namine Gaura Shakti Swarupaya Rupanuga Varayate Esha Pushpanjali Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakura ki jai. Namo Bhaktivinodaya Sachidananda Namine Gaura Shakti Swarupaya Rupanuga Varayate Esha Pushpanjali Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakura ki jai. Namo Bhaktivinodaya Sachidananda Namine Gaura Shakti Swarupaya Rupanuga Varayate Esha Pushpanjali Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakura ki jai. Gaur Premanande Hari Hari Bol.
Hare Krishna. You are your good name? Bijan. I heard about you, Bijan.
Nice to meet you.
Let me just put this down. Nice to meet you also. I thank you very much for supporting our efforts. I have heard from Bhaktivinoda and Maharaj that you were so kind. So, yeah, always supporting you.
Thank you for your work. I really enjoy coming to your talks. I know Hari and Radha Hari Prasad, and I come into your upbuild talks and watch you. Thank you.
Excuse me, Prabhu.
Yes, afterwards. Okay. I'm supposed to sing now here.
Okay, thank you.
Hare Krishna. Ki vajayo Jaya Gora Chande Arati Kesopa Jayo Jaya Gora Chande Arati Kesopa
Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Please sing. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Oigo! Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Please raise your hands in the sky and all together let us sing. Hare Krishna, everybody. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama. And please everyone look towards the deities and one more time as if you really mean it. Let us start now. Hare Krishna, Krishna, a little louder please. Hari Bol, Hari Bol. Jaya Radha Madan Mohan Radha Madan Mohan Radhe. Jaya Radha Madan Mohan Radha Madan Mohan Shri Radhe. Go Premanandi.
Jai Om Shimad Paramahamsa Parivraja Shtotarasti Shri Shimad Abhay Charanad Avinda Bhaktivedanta Swami Maharaj Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. Jai Om Vishnupad Paramahamsa Parivraja Shtotarasti Shri Shimad Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Goswami Maharaj Ki Jai. Ananta Koti Vaishnavini Ki Jai. Namacharya Srila Haridas Thakur Ki Jai. Prince Gaho Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shivasri Gaur Bhaktivinoda Ki Jai. Shri Shri Radha Krishna Gopinath Shamakund Radhakund Giri Govardhan Ki Jai. Shri Vrindavan Dham Ki Jai. Shri Mayapur Navadip Dham Ki Jai. Shri Jagannath Puri Dham Ki Jai. Tulsi Devi Bhakti Devi Ki Jai. Chamuna Devi Ganga Devi Ki Jai. Samadvaita Bhaktivinoda Ki Jai. Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur Tiruba Maha Mahotsav Ki Jai. All glories to assembled devotees. All glories to assembled devotees. All glories to assembled devotees. Gaur Premanande Hari Hari Bol. Okay. Namaste Narashinghaya Prahladadadayane Hiranyakashipur Vakshaha Sritanka Nakalaye Ito Nrishingha Parato Nrishingho Yato yato yamitato nrishingha Bahirnishringorudaye nrishingho Nrishinghamadin sharadam prapadye Om namo bhagavate narasimhaya Namaste Jase Aviravirubhava Vajranaka Vajradamsha Karmashayan Randaya Tamo Grasa Om Swaha Abhayam Atmani Bhuisha Om Shram Vagisha Yasya Vadane Lakshmir Yasya Chavakshasi Yasyaste hridage samvit kamnashingam maham bhaje Prahlada hridayaladam bhaktya vidya vidaranam Shadagindu ruchimbande parindra vadanam harim Shri Nrsimha Jai Nrsimha Jai Jai Nrsimha Prahlada Jesha Jaya Padma Mukha Padma Bringa Yadi dasya sine kaman varanstam varadarshabha kamanam hridayasroham vavatastu vrinevaram Om namo bhagavate tubhyam purushaya mahatmane haraye bhuta singhaya ramane paramatmane Ugroakyanugrevayam sabhaktanam rakeshari Keshari vasapotanam anyesha mugavikramaha Avakara Kamala Varena Kamadhusya Dalita Iranya Toshi Bhutanubhiya Teksha Bhajita Dada Hari Rupa Jaya Jagadisha Hare Jaya Jagadisha Hare Jaya Jagadisha Hare. Everybody sing it. Savakara Kambala Varena Kamadhusya Dalita Hiranya Kashi Bhutanubhiya Kesha Bhajita Dada Hari Rupa Jaya Jagadisha Hare Jaya Jagadisha Hare Jaya Jagadisha Hare Radha Krishna Prabhu Bolo Re Shobha Shri Radha Krishna Prabhu Bolo Re Shobha Shika Diya Shobna Diya Prechene Shidorni Time. Next slide. Twist. Hari Bol Bolo Re Shika Diya Radha Krishna Prabhu Bolo Re Shobha Shri Radha Krishna Prabhu Bolo Re Shobha Jai Maya Bhoshe Jacho Deshe Tacho Habu Zungu Varniche Hari Bol Bolo Re Niche Maya Bhoshe Radha Krishna Prabhu Bolo Re Shobha Shri Radha Krishna Prabhu Bolo Re Shobha Shri Krishna Das Hey Vishwadhar Kole Tora Duko Naji Hari Bol Bolo Re Jiv Krishna Das Radha Krishna Prabhu Bolo Re Shobha Shri Radha Krishna Prabhu Bolo Re Shobha Krishna bolde jabe Pulaka habe Jordi Anki Bolitai Krishna Okay, here we go, come on now. Krishna bolde jabe Pulaka habe Jordi Anki Bolitai Krishna bolde jabe Pulaka habe Hari Bol, Bolo Krishna Bol Bedare. Hari Radha Krishna Bol Bolo Re Shobha. Radha Krishna Bolo Shamre Chalo E Matra Vikaha Shai Radha Krishna Bolo Shamre Chalo E Matra Vikaha Hari Bol Bolo Radha Krishna Bolo Hari Jai Sakal Vipod Bhaktivinoda Bolin Jatun Om Nam Gai Jai Sakal Vipod Bhaktivinoda Bolin Jai Sakal Vipod Bhaktivinoda Bolin Jatun Om Nam Gai. Come on now. Hari Bol, Bolo Re Jai Sakal Vipod. Hari Radha Krishna Bol Bolo Re Shobha. Shri Radha Krishna Bol Bolo Re Shobha. Jai Sakal Vipod Bhaktivinoda Bolin Jatun Nam Gai. Radha Krishna Bolo Sange Cholo E Matra Vika Jai. Krishna Bolbe Jabe Dula Kabe Kolbe Anti Boli Jai. Krishna Das Vika Kole Kol Anti Konai. Nise Mayar Bolte Jato Bete Kajo Happy Dubai. How would you do? Yes, Shikaria Technologia Pete Nite Jonitai. Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nisai Goda Hari Bol. Nisai Goda Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nisai Goda Hari Bol. Gaur Premanande Shri Radhamanan Mohan ki Sriman Mahaprabhu ki Shri Panchatattva ki Shri Lakshmana Shingadev ki Nitai Goda Hari Bol Hari Bol Hari Bol Nitai Goda Hari Bol. Special thanks to all the devotees who cooked and got ready for the festival. Hare Krishna. Shari Dadi Jaja Jagandriya Kaheka Jive Pele Vishaya Shogare Tarmaje Jivayati Yoga Vishusuvati Taki Cheta Mahaprasad Andadilobahar Shayandam Chittapao Radha Krishna Dundagao Preme Dakwa Sri Chaitanya Nita Paire Aikadina Shanti Pure Prabhu Advaita Rasare Dui Prabhu Bojani Bosilo Sakori Ashradana Tabi Eshak Krishna Ashradilo Heno Shakashratane Krishna Prema Aikemane Jai Preme Koro Ashradana Jada Bhukti Parihari Prasada Bhojana Kori Hari Hari Bolo Sarvajan Hari Hari Bolo Sarvajan Mahaprasade Govinda Nandandi Vaishnave Shapa Punyakatam Rajan Jita Sodasya Prasade Sarvabhutanam Bhagirato Pujayate Prasana Cheta Soyati Bhupada Sishite Tvayopadita Sajanda Vasavanta Shakshikaha Udita Bhavinoda Davamayam Jaimahi Bhagavat Shri Mahaprasad Ki Swarhapiram Gatavagavatu Arnyo Pardikaram Vibradvasa Tanagatapishan Aijayam Kinshamalam Andram Venu Rathara Sudaya Punayan Gopavindaya Indaranyam Sapadagamanam Pravisha Gita Kirti Tavakatam Ritam Sapta Jivanam Tavaviridikam Kalmasapaham Savana Mangalam Sri Maratatam Gurigranantiye Guridajana Krishna Kirtana Jananatanakala Hatojani Pratita Satpakta Balihamsa Chakra Madhupa Shani Viharaspadam Karnanandikaladvanir Mahatume Shiva Maruprangane Shri Chaitanya Daya Direkamalasa Lila Sudapatuni Elodunita Kedaya Vishadaya Pramila Ramodaya Samyak Shastra Vivadaya Rasadaya Chittarpito Madaya Shasvat Vinodaya Samadaya Madhurya Mayadaya Chaitanya Daya Dineta Bhakaya Guya Ramando Daya Yato Mara
Prodakadambanila Saitaiva Kapitatra Surata Vyaparalila Didao Devarona Sivera Sitarutale Shekdasamukantale Shivishno Shabane Parikshirabhava Vayasaki Kirtane Kalarasmarane Tarangri Vachane Lakshmi Vitu Pujane Akurasa Vipandane Kapipati Dasneta Sakya Juna Sarvasvatmani Vedane Baliravu Krishna Purification Aradyo Bhagavan Prajesha Tanaya Tajama Vrindavanam Yasachidupasana Vrajavadu Vartena Bhaktokita Srimad Bhagavatam Pramana Mangalam Prema Kumar Topma Haribo Chaitanya Mahaprabhu Madhavita Jadradharana Para. One more time. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu Madhavita Gaur Premanande Nitai Gaura Haribo 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 Nitai Gaura Haribo Please come take prasadam. Haribo. Panchakalpatarusha Kripasundabheva Patitanam Pavanibhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha. Prasadam served in the picnic area just outside. Hare Krishna.